Okay, I'm done now. Hello, happy Friday. And if you live in the future, happy Saturday. Welcome to the stream. I finally made it. After much time of not really dedicating myself to this game and personally being an achievement hunter, I made it to the final character of Romancing SaGa 3. That's right, I made it. Our final character is Thomas. Woo! I mean, woo! Craziness. Sarah's endgame was different than I thought because the two children of destiny aren't in your party for the final boss. With Sarah being the main character, I was like, oh, we're gonna have like special commander mode or something. No. It was a worse commander mode, and I was annoyed. But on the plus side, we got to have 5 characters instead of 4. So it all worked out. Now that we're done with that, we can move on and use Thomas now. Yay, Thomas. Oh, Thomas. His weapons are insane. I think he's the most diverse character in all the cast. Without ever using Thomas religiously, I believe at this point he's got like all 40s in weapons. So he'll have a 40 in sword, great sword, 40 plus. 40 sword, great sword, spear, short sword, club, axe, bow, martial. I don't know if Gimbu will be high like that since he's a Gimbu magician as well. We'll find out. I'm not speedrunning this time, so I can actually open the menu and look at stuff. But I was also thinking, like, if anyone has not seen this game before, or doesn't know about all the different stuff that's out there, I could go through that a little bit and show off a couple of things. So I could still do my, pummel the game party. Ward, Nora, Rook, Herman / Black, Paul. But there's other cool characters too. There's Peony, and I like Muse. Charles out there. We have the main 7 besides Thomas. There's also the Snowman. We have Boston, the Lobster. Who else do we have? I don't know. Tons of people. So I can show that off. Oh, look at this. This area exists. There's only one area I can't get to, and that's because I don't have Khaled, which is there's a shrine area which gives us the Kumshin sword. But that's exclusive to him, so that would be off the table. There's a lot of stuff to do in the game in addition to this standard story. Lots of side quests, which is pretty cool. So there's things like, oh, I forgot about Robins. There's 2 Robin characters. That's a side quest. Freeing the town. You can also do the trading game, which I won't do because it's quite lengthy. But essentially, you become a capitalist multi-billionaire, basically. So you trade businesses, you raise capital, and you try to buy out other companies. It is very, for me, it's very uninteresting. I'm not interested in that. But that's one of the things you do, which unlocks Fulbright. Fulbright is a pretty good character, mage side. There's also just standard characters that show up naturally. So there's like Ziling, Bei, Main Yang. We have General Yang. So those people will just show up naturally. There's a whole cast of people to get. Whole cast. And then you decide. Leonid wants to be in your party. Cool, great. Go for it. So I'll probably dismiss some people. Just, I'll do my core party. And then I'll just, dismiss folks so we can recruit the folks and you can see. So as a reminder, the standard storyline applies. If you're not Mikhail or Katerina, the core 6 people come together. They're going to escort Lady Monica to her brother. Cool. Oops. All right, let me switch Thomas out. That was an accident, but it's okay. Why not? All these people will be out of my party anyway. Well, Ellen will stay in the party. Sarah will join the party temporarily. Khaled will be in the party for a moment in time. So I'll have some fillers. Filler Queen, and then we will get started on the recruiting. If desired, I can do blacksmithing. That one's not difficult. It's just select some options. Forgot what I was doing for a sec. Alright, give the folks some art so they can beat this stuff down. Oops, that was an accident. Cool. Now we're ready to beat up this bird. And I will set my formation attack that way. They actually use arts. See? Perfect. Now I did forget to check everyone's abilities, which is fine. We'll do that. We have to go inside of Hodorui again, which is where Leonid lies. We can also meet some side characters that aren't in your party but are interesting, like the professor. The professor is hilarious to me. She's very kooky and weird. And there's technically 3 quests with her, but there's 2. So that's one thing that we can think about, like what quests do we want to accomplish. So if you got any feedback, please let me know. The cool thing with some of these quests is the items that we get. So if we wanted to use Great Sword, there's an ice sword that we can get. I'll get it anyway, but that exists. There's also the Holy Grail, the Matriarch Spear, the Archfiend Axe, the actual weapon Masquerade, which is used by Katarina originally, but is stolen from her. We can also make the different stuff, the Mortus, the Reinforced Bow, the Reinforced Suit, the Protective Suit, different swords, the Flamberge, like that's what blacksmithing comes from. That's where blacksmithing comes from. Blacksmithing is a great way to get the in-game items, especially the Dragon Scale stuff. Dragon Scale is very powerful. That's what I use for sword characters. Dragon Scale sword, very strong. But there's also Dragon Scale armor and a Dragon Scale shield. I don't use the Dragon Scale shield because I like to use the Will Guard, just so I can potentially block status effects. So here we go. Since this is my final file, you can see how this is basically like the peak of character stats. So we have Thomas with almost level 50 in all offensive skills. 49, 47, 50, 48, 50, 47. That is insane. Thomas is very strong. Which means he could be I could add Thomas to the party. He has decent stamina at 16, but he would do more damage than like Nora. Even though Nora is good to recruit early, I could use him over Nora because he has higher stamina than Nora. And I don't really need someone to have high damage with as a club user because they're just using Nutcracker. Julian, his stamina is okay. His strength is actually lower than Zoe or Rook and Ward. So, there's kind of no point to use him, but he does have 45 in sword, which is awesome. Ellen is 43 in martial arts, so there are 3 characters that specialize in martial arts to learn the different arts or techs. She is one of them. So with 43 in martial, she's actually a great candidate to learn the high-end martial art abilities. We have Sarah, who's really high in bow, but again, one, her stamina is too low, so it would be harder for her to gain stats. And we already have Paul. And then finally Monica, who for some reason never gains additional points. I'm not entirely sure why that happens. But hey, so she's just never going to be in the party. And when she's a leader, she gets put in the bank. What is happening? Okay, cool. So, we're just gonna... Actually, we're not even gonna get into a fight here. So, we'll be fine. I should, however, put Julian in front and give him Mirage Blade, just in case. One thing to keep in mind as well, characters, if you want them to tech, it's easier for them to tech an ability if they have the crown. So just keep that in mind. If you're working on a character, and you're like, hey, I want to learn X, make sure you have a TP crown. Zero MP is a great start for that. Just 0 MP, get 45 SP, you're good to go. That's something I can show as well. Since I haven't done a lot of the martial arts techs, I can show the glimmer process in this game. My goal will then be to grind one specific enemy, which is Asura, and then I should have a high chance of sparking, especially since I can block the majority of its attacks. The only one I really can't block is the... I think it's called Feral Strike. And then there's another one, but I forget the name of it. It's the same art design for being attacked, but one is blue and the other one's red. Maybe it's Ferocious Strike? Who knows? Oh, Feral Pounce, that's one of them. So welcome. We made it through the snowy area of Poldori, and we are now inside of Castle Leonid, which is Leonid himself right there. He is absolutely fabulous. My favorite character in the game. Our only interaction with him right now is to go to sleep. That doesn't really work. Then we leave the castle for an adventure, and then we come right back. Alright, now that we have unsuccessful sleep, we will go on an adventure. Not really. I'm going to do a little test here. I'm curious if we have to actually go, or we just leave the castle and come back. Okay, great. I'm just thinking for future, if I'm going to do speed running and stuff, it's nice to know the little triggers, which when I was speed running with Paul the other day, I learned that, well, speed running and I was trying to get Paul, it had dawned on me that you have to talk to Paul first, then defeat one of the four Sinistrals. If you defeat a Sinistral and talk to Paul, it does not work. It's the last, it's a Sinistral killed after you talk to Paul. That was a nice learning moment. I had always done it that way, but I wasn't sure of, the order of operations there. So it was nice to figure that out. Alright, Mikhail won against the evil Godwin, and now the prologue is over. Yay for us. So here are the 8 characters of the game. We have Mikhail, who is the Marquis, his sister, who's Monica, which we had. Then we have left to right, Khaled, Thomas, Julian, Ellen, and Sarah. And then the pink person is Katarina. You don't play with Katarina unless you are playing her story. So I'm glad that I picked Katarina first, not knowing that, because her never showing up again means I just had to put all my effort into making her party strong, and then everyone after that was smooth sailing. She was my get established character, and then from there it was just refinement. Now that everyone's good to go, we can do Thomas's part. So we learned from Thomas's grandfather about doing things in Pedona. One thing to note, Thomas's beginning is slightly different than everyone else as well. So it is important to note that. Cool beans. Might as well get it out of the way early. So we talked to Sarah. That way Sarah's in the party. Sarah's in the same house as Thomas if you're not playing with Thomas or Sarah. And then I'm just quickly talking to the man in this house because he unlocks Mount Taftan. Since I'm already in Loan to start, might as well just get that out of the way. Then when I come back later, I can do all the fun stuff. So even right now, I could go up Mount Taftan and leave, but from an efficiency perspective, it's just better to clear out the entire area in one go. Here's one of the characters in the game. I'll talk to her. This is Tatiana. Unfortunately, I don't know why I can't. Anyway, this is Tatiana. She forces herself in your party. So she will not leave your party now. This is one of the characters in the game. You can see she has 50 in spear and short sword. So even though I've never played with her in the entire, in my entire journey, she's also getting the stat boost. So her stats are okay. Her stamina is actually really high for a child. She's like 10 or whatever, 8. I don't know. She's very young. 14. She's a child. But her stats are pretty strong. Like 19 stamina is pretty high. 16 dex isn't amazing, especially if you were to use the EP weapon or short sword with her. Higher dex makes that strong. But she has 18 strength too, so she's not a weak character by any means. So yeah. There it is. This is Crep, but her real name is Tatiana. When we do the Phantom Maze, we'll see where her name came from. But every time you recruit her again, her name is going to change. She'll always name herself after her favorite desserts. And don't worry, I will remove her from the party. There's only one way to effectively remove her, and it is related to her storyline. Before I do anything else, I'm going to do my exploration stuff. But remember, Thomas's beginning is different than the others, so there are some additional side quests that we do to get us started. Woohoo! This is a cool little backstory about. There is a particular side quest about monies. Yay, monies. And so, if you partake in that side quest, you'll learn a little bit more about the houses. I'm only going to start that quest so I can recruit Fulbright. Again, just collecting characters so you can see their names, their stats. But Fulbright, if you're looking for a mage, he's very easily obtainable, and you can just outright get Fulbright. Alright, so of course, we're going to get our homegirl. And this also starts the blacksmith side quest, as well as the matriarch spear side quest. So Nora is pivotal in 2 different side quests. And then since we're going to do some fancy stuff, I will go ahead and activate the blacksmith quest and start building stuff. But I will have to obtain some items that I haven't had in a long time. So I'll need things like a hand axe to make one of the weapons. I'll need a piece of armor. We'll need the Budo gi, which is initially equipped by Nora, to make the padded gi. There's a bunch of stuff like that. So with this game, when you go to blacksmith, it doesn't tell you what it is or what it takes until you talk to them, and then they're like, "Oh, I need a death shard," and you're like, "What is that? Where do I get one?" You don't know, but you'll figure it out. You will find death shards and meteorite shards in the Sinistral locations, so that's kind of a good way to get it. There's also dragon scales. You can get 2. So if you do that, you can just make a dragon scale sword. I like to make dragon scale sword. So quick test. I'm going to see if I can just make a sword real quick. Okay, cool. So he won't actually forge anything until you get a blacksmith. Well, good news. There are 5 blacksmiths in the game, and Nora is a blacksmith. So for the sake of this file, I'll wind up making Nora a blacksmith just to show everything. But there is a person in pink that I need to talk to. I think they said he's in the pub. Hello. And then I haven't shown this before, but these folks that are wearing the pink capes with the blue hair, these are mages. And some of them have different schools of magic, so you can learn magic from them. Oh, I didn't show Nora. So here's Nora. I've used her a lot, so she's one of my higher developed characters, but for some reason there's like a soft cap on them boosting, so she doesn't boost higher than 41, but obviously through chance, I may get an axe/club level by using that. You look at her strength and dexterity though, it's pretty solid on the damage front, which makes her good with using all types of weapons. The stamina is low at 12, and then her speed is average at 16. So she'll be a little harder to build in the health range, but she has higher than normal LP at 14. So overall she's a viable candidate. However, because I'm going to do blacksmithing, I will wind up kicking her out of the party once I have an established group. In the meantime, I know at minimum I need the Budo key, so we'll start here. Actually, she can keep that floret. I'm trying to think. I'm just gonna dump some items onto them. This kind of frees up space for me. Just a little bit. Okay, so now we gotta go to the next shop and talk about a Pidona jewel. So, there. This is also why Thomas would not be used for speedrun, because his intro to get to Muse and Charles is slow. So now we've learned that Muse lives in Old Town. So that's why Thomas was walking there when we went into the various locations. Before we continue, I just want to get another character. That way we can, bridge into Wedge. Nope, Ward, not Wedge. Wrong game. And I still have Tatiana in my party, so I will need another character in her place as well. So I'll probably get to Lance and snag Khaled. Trying to think. That's fine. We'll get Khaled. So we start with Great Arch because it is the most expensive place, but also it relays into Ache, and Ache is one of the locations for Sinistrals. So it is a good idea to get that unlocked. That way you have both locations available. Great Arch deals with one of the Sinistrals, and Ache deals with another. How convenient. Alrighty. After that, I can go ahead and unlock just the other spots, just so we can see what's going on. Because of completing the different side quests, I do want to get all of the towns available. But I don't have to travel to all of them this way. I can do other things. So like Yarmouth, I can get from doing the trade route side quest, which is required to get Paul anyway. And then I can do... I forgot. There's one more. But it'll be in the list. So for Vanguard, we're actually going to talk to one person to unlock an area, then talk to another person in that area to get another mountain. So this person said there's a small village near Mount Louvre. Mount Louvre does not open up, but Tinyville does. So when you get to Tinyville, if you go to the pub and banter with the pub owner, then they'll say, oh, there's a dragon named Gwaine who lives in Mount Louvre. Okay, cool. Also, here's a character we can get. This is the Bard. This is the one who tells the story of the game. He makes an appearance in a lot of Saga games. And of course, he's forced into your party until you beat a Sinistral, so he'll be here for a little bit. Here's our Minstrel, and look at that. The Minstrel is level 50 in all of the all offense. Pretty decent stats too. 20 strength, 18 dex, 17 speed, 16 stamina. So it's probably worthwhile to actually pick up this character. Higher stamina than Nora. Higher speed, but lower offense, but still, he could be the club user as well. He can also be the sword user, since he has higher strength than Ward, I think. So he might be more beneficial in the long run. That's definitely something for me to check out. Interesting. This is a good learn moment. Yeah. Wow, I'm impressed. Mount Louvre is now open. I won't go there just yet, but I will go there in the future. Up next, we are going to travel to Zweig. Zweig has a lot of different locations available. A lot. Again, Zweig is what gets you to Polderui anyway, but we already have that location open. So Zweig will actually be used to unlock Leonid's side quest. And then there are also side quests in that area. 2, I think. And then that's also the segue into Kirdland. So this dude, northwest of here, beyond the mountains, is a small village called Kirdland. Cool. This person talks about buying pelts if we capture animals nearby. We're not actually going to capture the animals. We're going to capture them so we can give them to the professor. So we need to also unlock Westos Forest, which is by talking to this lady. So now when we leave, we have two areas, Westos Forest and Kirdland. Cool. Kirdland has a side quest besides Paul. So we go inside this building to get Nina. Nina lets us know that Paul is out and about. And again, this is only Paul. Paul will only show up after we talk to Paul, and then we beat a Sinistral. If we talk to the mayor of town, the mayor informs us that there is a creature inside of a cave, so they are sacrificing someone in order to save the town. So we have to go inside the sacrificial cave. I'm not going to do that just yet. The boss itself is actually pretty difficult if you're not prepared for it, so be careful. But since I have in-game offense, it's not going to be an issue to fight it, but it is actually quite scary. What is it? We'll find out. So we get on the boat, we go to Justurm. Justurm has Ward, but also opens up Lance. Lance is where we can get the Philosopher, as well as the Matriarch family, as well as the Matriarch Mausoleum. The Mausoleum has Khalid. The northern part of town has Ellen, and I do want to get Ellen just to show off martial arts. And then what I'll do is I will dump Tatiana. That way I have a slot open to take Charles. So travel west, you'll reach Lance. Woo woo. Ward is over there. We will talk to Ward in a little bit. So Lance, we can't really do much here just yet. However, we can get Ellen, and then we can learn about the Abyss Gates. This is also, again, the place where you learn about a lot of stuff. We learn about the Abyss Gates. We are able to learn about the Aurora. We can also learn about the Phantom Maze here, as well as fusion magic after we pick it up from the Sinistrals. And we can learn the strongest magic from 4 of the 6 schools. It's important to do this part here because when you go to Vanguard manually, a murder happens and that kicks off Fornius's gate. That will allow us to get Herman. Whoop whoop. So I'm not going to recruit Khalid because I have Minstrel. And Minstrel's just like S tier right now with all these weapons. So I'm going to play around with that a little bit. So we've done the bottom 3, now we're doing Pharos. Pharos actually has a blacksmith in their town. So instead of having to travel all the way back and run around, I'm going to unlock Stanley through Pharos. And then I will talk to a blacksmith, which will take me back to Pidona. So it's pretty much like a shortcut. There's also a army fight you can do here for money. So if you would like some extra arms, this is a great location. If you go inside of this weapon shop and go up the stairs, talk to the woman. She'll let you know about her brother, and he's in Stanley. The only reason to do this is to get Stanley open. Stanley is actually going to be used to unlock a boss fight, but the area for the boss itself has Asura, which is the highest spark enemy in the game. This person here is the forced army encounter. You can get like 2,000 arms for completing it. This person is a blacksmith, so we're going to talk to them and make them create armor. That way we can do one weapon and one armor at the same time. Now ultimately it's better to do armor over weapon anyway, because there's way more armors, but hey, here we are. So we're starting with a partisan and a headband. How this works is you have to get into 10 fights if Nora is in your party. Otherwise, you need to get into 15 fights. That does not mean win 15 fights. That only means, hey, please run into an enemy and flee. And as you do that, you'll just rack up the number of battles, and then you'll be good to go. Just run back, and they'll say, hey, we completed it. Here you go. And then you get it free, no charge. But later on, their air cult shop will open up and you can buy some of the stuff over again. If you have extras of materials, that will help you in the long run. However, if you don't have the extra materials, then you won't be able to take advantage of that. So if you do a lot of playthroughs, you'll be in a good situation because you can just use your excess resources on a subsequent fight. Also, I ran up the northeast part of town. That's where another blacksmith is located, so that's 2 of the 5. Reminder that Nora is one of the 5. Or, sorry, Nora is number 6. She's a secret blacksmith. So we'll do her a little bit later. Now that we did Faros, we're going to do Yarmouth. Now, I mentioned that Yarmouth unlocks through, side quest, but let's just get all of this stuff done so you can see the whole map minus a couple of areas that unlock through later events. So Yarmouth has a side quest. I'm going to start it, and then I'll chain the side quest later. So basically what happens, there's 3 locations that have crime. When we try to stop the crime, someone beats us to the punch, and it's a superhero. Look at that. When they came down, they had an R on their forehead and this fancy music plays. This is Robin. But more importantly, this is Skinny Robin, which comes into play later. So there's Robin. And then we're also going to do another of the second of the little events here, so we can make sure Robin triggers later on. So some men are going to take this person's grandmother out of bed, which is really rude. But it's okay, because Robin saves the day. I love it. Little cameo stuff and like humorous moments in these games always makes me laugh. Always makes me smile. It's so fabulous. By the way, the young boy is always inside of these little areas, but you can't talk to him. He'll say, "Go away, leave me alone." Okay. Yarmouth is done. A little bit more. I definitely feel like I missed. Oh, I think Stanley has one of the blacksmiths. So up next we have Wilmington. Wilmington is the hometown of Fulbright, actually. Well, we will definitely see Fulbright in a little bit. Fulbright Fulbright shows up after we get Gone. So once we complete Gone's side quest by going into the Arcane Palace, then we'll see Fulbright in action. He actually has the entire trade side quest for us, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to get. I think there's a blacksmith here, yes. So getting extra blacksmiths is cool because it gives more options available. So if you can't make one of them, you can make a different one. And that's how you can bypass getting some of the late game items, because you might not be able to find like 2 death shards just yet. So you can do one and then you'll get another one on it. Alright. Up next we have, I think there's only one left, and that is Ryblov. That's right, because we already have Mayul's unlocked. So now we'll do Ryblov, and then, oh, what's wrong? Tatiana doesn't want to come with us? I wonder why. When we do the Phantom Maze, we'll see what's going on with that. But no Tatiana for us. Which is fine, because I wanted to kick her out of my party anyway, and that's literally the only way to do it. Get out. Get going. Be gone. Amscray, skedaddle. So 2 things to do here. The first one is open up Naj Desert. The second one is get the blacksmith. The blacksmith is right there, so we'll do Naj Desert first. And yes, well, there was a comment previously, like, can you get these characters back? The answer is yes. As long as you don't LP kill them, which means remove all of their LP in battle, then you're fine. Just dismiss them and pick them up where you found them before. So there's Tatiana. She's always going to be in the towns besides Ryblov. We also are done with boat stuff, so we won't have to get on the boat anymore. I'm just going to quickly go to Stanley so we can get the final blacksmith. Also, the person at the bar will do the same army fight, so you pick supporting Stanley or Pharos, and then they'll pay you money. Alright, so all the blacksmiths are done. There's 6 of them here. When we get Nora, we'll make her do armor. Or sorry, when we kick Nora, we'll make her do armor. And that pretty much gets us settled. We are all ready to go. So I can now take myself and pick up Charles. Oh, right. Let's go ahead and do the item swaps. So I'm going to quickly just strip everyone. Cool. That's Elena. Oh, nice. Okay. So, what we are going to do here. We have stripped everyone of their gear. because we're going to do a swap. I'm just double checking what I need for blacksmiths. I must have capped out on Budo geese. I have. Okay, cool. So then I won't have any remorse. I need Ignis Leather. I just remembered. Ignis Leather makes a shield. Okay. A lot of things to think about, so give me a moment to make sure. Pelts, sure. Okay, so in my last playthroughs, I actually got rid of my shards, which is fine. I don't have to make all the blacksmith stuff, I just want to show it. Look at all these items. They stack up so much if you don't get rid of them. Not a problem, not a complaint. I think you need one crescent blade for blacksmithing. And then worst case scenario, some of these you can just make them again. So, you can just buy them from the shop. The only thing I can't buy right now is the cudgel, which comes from certain enemies. It's probably the one I have to actually pay attention to. Now, I could sell this, but I don't want to. Alright, let's keep going here. I thought I pulled all of these. Hello? Didn't I just pull all this stuff? Hello? Okay. You know what? No complaints from me. Maybe that's what's happening. Instead of it being discarded, it actually probably just goes into the storage. Interesting. Anyway, let's focus. So I'm going to pull some bombs just in case. So I need my standard gear, which is dragon scales, bolovas, the sledgehammer, the mortus, and the will guards. The armor is going to be 5 Koryu, the reinforced suit, all the troll stones, war god bracers, 6 expert rings, and then I guess I'll take all of the master rings. I think I only need 4 though, but whatever. I will also take the restoratives, so I will take about 10 mind salts. You know what? We'll take 20. Why not? We'll also do the twigs of life. I don't need those, and we'll do barrier stones. Twigs of life are good because it's basically a barrier stone, but for one person. However, I'm really not going to be getting beat up like that, so it's fine. All right. So temporarily, Ellen is not going to be using a weapon. She's just going to be using martial. So I'm still going to outfit her appropriately. Then Minstrel will be in my party. I'm just not sure what weapon to use. So I'm thinking Minstrel would be a good club user for me. But literally, Minstrel can use anything. So if I'm looking at the stats, higher strength than dex, so it's more important to use a physical. When I get the other characters, I'll decide on what to do. But it looks like Minstrel can be my sword character for now. We'll see what Ward looks like. Also, my Sarah Clear, I actually learned Grand Slam off of Seismic Strike in one of the fights. So, and then I instantly mastered it. So now I do have Grand Slam, even though I'm not going to use it that way because it activates at the end of the turn. Then Sarah and Thomas I don't care about, so I'm just going to leave them with their, like, Sarah will probably be, yeah, I'll give Sarah my stuff and kick her out later. Cool. So this is basically, I've outfitted 4 characters, and then they're interchangeable. Yay. Now, who's my fastest? So in this situation, it actually would be better to have Sarah in front. So if I'm thinking of the future, if I recruit Sarah, I can put Sarah front instead of Nora. Sarah is faster, and because of Bow Millionaire, I would not be worried about monsters that fly. She just ripped through them with her bow. So that's definitely something to keep in mind for myself. Now, Sarah has extremely low health, so she can just get one hit. Food for thought. Let's do our very first side quest. Hello, it's Muse. Also a note as to why we would not use Thomas in a speedrun, because it takes forever. So one thing to keep in mind too, which I just remembered, if we're doing commander mode, SaGa is not the best option because she does not always use the art. So she doesn't always use Millionaire, even though that's the only art she knows. Sometimes she just shoots the bow. So putting her front is not the best idea, and also why she's not in-game. Nora is good because she's always going to use her art. So yay, reminding myself, hey, SaGa's not ideal. Which is fine, like, SaGa's good, but I need the characters to do what I want them to do. That's rule of thumb. So, let me go ahead and do a switch. Cool beans. So, we did pick up Charles. So here's Charles. 50 in Shucho magic. So Charles is a fire mage. Woo woo. Also pretty good with a spear, but the naturally building stat for him is actually Shucho fire mage. So if you need a fire mage, he's your guy. Now, I removed all of his spells because I was trying to make him not cast. However, here we are. He still casts Air Slash as his primary instead of using Lance, but you know, he can sometimes use it. He also has lower he has lower LP than average at 9. Not the worst. But also, if you look at his stats, he's a character that requires the silver glove in order for his strength and dexterity to go back to normal. However, his speed is fine, his stamina is really good, and his magic and willpower 19 and 16. So he's actually fine just to cast spells. He doesn't need the silver glove if you're not going to use him for Lance. So that's just food for thought. Like, the silver glove is beneficial for our offensive characters because they'll just swing twice. But Charles needs it if you're going to try to make him offensive, which, at this point, I would not recommend. He doesn't have a good starting health pool, though, at 240, so he's a great character to utilize in the early game. He's also forced into your party twice. He's forced now for the Gone side quest, and then he's also forced when we do the dream sequence. Our first stop is to get the young boy. Save him from the monsters. Also, outfitting my party makes it harder for them to die in this very beginning. So it's also why I decided to go for it. Look at that damage. Come on. That was good. So also you can see here, SaGa did not use Millionaire. She used a regular bow art, or a bow shot, which is not ideal. Thanks, SaGa. So I'm really debating if the Minstrel's gonna take precedence over Ward or Rook. Probably not Rook, because Rook is a tank. But Ward might get kicked from my party. However, I might also consider replacing, like, literally anyone. Ultimately, like, even Paul could get replaced. Which would save me time in a speedrun setting, because if I get... So basically, if I get Minstrel immediately, which I did, is instantly recruitable. I have my bow user. What is his stamina again? 16. It's pretty decent. It's not the worst. Cool. So then the Minstrel is going to already be available. I won't have to do all of Paul's side quest stuff. I won't have to beat a Sinistral in advance. I won't have to go do the trade route stuff, which will be a big time save. So I think that's definitely what I want to consider. I think Paul should be kicked from the party. Now, it's a question of, am I losing damage? So when I get Paul, I'd like to see how much dexterity difference there is between the Minstrel and Paul. However, I'll think about that for my speedrunning. You just get to bask in the glory of seeing super high damage. Because these enemies are very weak. So all my in-game stats are going to just power through all of these fights. And then you'll see me get my butt kicked by a couple of things because my health is way too low. I saved Gone, so I should have left the Arcfiend Palace, but because the door to one of the Sinistrals is actually in the lower parts of the palace, if you run to the door and talk to it, it will say the ring because Lord of the Rings. And then you'll be able to start the matriarch process. So it's actually beneficial to just do everything at once. That's why we're here. Also, I love that the Minstrel is gaining SP because that's the thing that the Minstrel's missing. So now that we have the door activated, we can get the Minstrel... Nope, we can get the Matriarch ring, and then we'll be able to keep moving on. Wow, she finally used Millionaire. Gasp. Oh, that sucks. I'm about to fight all these monsters. Alright, here's our first forced encounter. These enemies are the level that they're at. I just need to hit them before they hit me. Ta-da! We did it. Good job, Sarah. Proud of you. That's a teleporter, so we can get down into the domain of Alices a little later. Also, this is good because the number of fights I'm getting into is going to increase, help me get the blacksmith items. So I'm not upset by this at all. However, just in case, I'm going to go ahead and flee this fight a few times, just to make sure I gotten enough encounters. So I have no idea how many fights I got into. I'm pretty sure it was at least 5, so I'm gonna do 5. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do 5. I think I'm fine. Been counting in my head. I think I did 7 fights maybe, but 5 should be enough. Also, this is going to advance the battle rank. The more times you fight enemies, the stronger they'll get over time. This is helpful because when I get to certain fights, the enemy I want will not spawn yet because it's an endgame enemy. So my goal is to try to clear out the, stuff early, then I'll do the grinding. And in this situation, normally when I'm doing the speedrun, I will farm a specific enemy to get my stats. However, I am not doing that. I'll just go to the enemy and farm it through that, and then eventually it'll appear, and then I'll be able to do a combination of glimmers plus getting health. Alright, so we have done we did Gone, So now we'll be able to recruit different characters. Starting off, we're going to go back to where we learned about the family, because Fulbright is here now. And this is where we do the trading side quest, but which we're not going to do. But here's Fulbright. Fulbright the 23rd. His company is really prosperous, which is why he asked for our help. So now I got to do a little quick side thing. So this is the introduction to trading companies. The goal is to obtain 100 million capital, but it looks like my progress has carried over. So I have a crap ton of money. So if I try to do this again, it would be very easy. Yeah, I can just buy out all these people. Anyway, I'll just buy one of them for now. Just to show you. So basically, you offer up money to buy... Okay, cool, great. So you offer up your monies. Mind you, you don't start out with this much money. Your goal is to earn 100 million. I have beyond that. I probably have all my trade skills as well. I do, yeah, so this would be really easy. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do one, because I just need to get Fulbright. I acquired 100 million, woo woo! Okay, so now that he's accepted my being awesomeness, then he's like, hey, if you ever need me, I'll be in Wilmington. You're like, okay, great. So after you do trading nonsense, which I won't go in depth in, you can go meet Fulbright and do more of the trading side quest. In this situation, I'm just going there so I can recruit him. And he's actually inside of the weapon shop in the back. Normally this door is locked, but he's there now, so yay. So then here you go. You can either talk shop or add him to your party. We're adding him to the party just to see what he's all about. And then bam! Again, I've never used Fulbright in this particular playthrough. So once again, he has, 15 SP, 27 MP, but he has 50 in both of his magic. So yes, he is a very strong mage. As you can see, he's got 20 dex, so his dex is very strong. But low stamina because he's a mage, but he has 19 magic, 21 will. He covers 2 of the 6 schools of magic. Just add him to your party. Thomas has magic. Fulbright has magic. Boom, you have 2 mages to start with. There are more to get, of course, but this is a great starting point. And of course, he comes with his own spells. So he already starts out with strong spells to begin with. However, you can teach him the stronger spells and have a good time. Now, I'm going to kick him out of my party because I don't use mages in the runs. However, I have considered doing mage only in a run just to see like what happens. What's next? Well, actually, since he's in the party, I can go ahead and initiate the Fornius side quest. So if you've seen any of the other videos from me, you'll know that someone gets murdered at night, and we're curious why that happened. Who's the murderer? It's a Fornius minion. So we're just gonna, play around with that and kill them. And then that starts off the entire Fornius nonsense, which is pretty lengthy. TBH. Alright, good news! We can do stuff in here. But I'm thinking in my head, do I want to start this? Do I want to start this? I guess. Let's do it. Here's our next forced encounter. Fornius minions. Again, Sarah doesn't like to use arts, so I can't wait to kick her out of the party. I'm trying to think. Oh yes, Ward. I forgot about Ward. Goodness gracious. What's wrong with me? Forgot my buddy. I mentally dumped Ward. I was like, no more Ward. Because, again, I'm thinking of routing too. Like, Ward is extremely strong, but I have to do an entire side quest to get him. So what if I didn't? What if I ignored Ward altogether? Can I ignore Ward and Paul? Ellen. Ellen can use Club over Nora. No. I don't know. I'll think about it. First things first, Fulbright, goodbye. Oh, sorry. Here's the items that Fulbright starts with. So, Fulbright actually has a really strong club. So what you can do as well is if you recruit characters, you can take their gear and kick them out of your party. That way, if they have stronger stuff than what you have, do it. Take their stuff. But anyway, we're taking Ward. And then what I'll do is I'll move over and do the side quest for his wife. So here's a good comparison. We're comparing Ward to the Minstrel. So obviously I've used Ward in all of my runs, so Ward has extremely high SP. He also has very high LP, which is good to have. 22 strength. 2 more than Minstrel. Good to know. 16 dex fine. 10 speed, he's super slow, but Minstrel is 17 speed, so what's our trade-off here? Ward actually gets kicked out of my final party anyway, because he's just not powerful, but maybe I can reconfigure that. Food for thought. Food for thought. He also has 23 stamina, which means he's getting HP crazy high. So that's why I like using Ward. Good guy. Yay, yay. We're also going to give him the Dragon Scale Blade and the rest of his stuff. Cool. Let's go kick some butt. And then I will actually do the other, like I said, I'll do the Zwag stuff as well, just so we can see all the different content. I did not give Ward any abilities, any texts, so let's do that now. Alright, Fishy, you're about to get your butt kicked. Oh, whoops. Cool beans. So now we're going to fight some optional monsters. What? What does that mean? I'd like to dump Sarah right now, but I'm not sure who to replace her with. Oh, yes. Let's do... It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So we're going to Westos Forest. There are dogs here. Yay, dogs. Oh, it looks like I already pushed the timeline further ahead. Okay, so there's a side quest here with the pelts that we talked about. We got that through Zwei. There are these like wispy monsters that appear. They're just there are 5 enemies that appear. And we're like, cool, yay. Sorry about that. Downloading something. So I'm thinking in my head, I pushed it forward so we won't be able to see that. But it's okay, we're going to meet the professor now. So we're learning about the professor. She's smart, she's beautiful, she's wonderful. Have you met a supernova that burns so bright the world revolves around her? Can't say we have. Can't say we have. She's the professor. Genuine, bona fide, officially certified, show-stopping genius. And she's only in her 20s. I'm in my 30s. Look at her. She's the pinnacle of evolution. She has the golden ratio. She's spectacular. She's also very weird. I adore that character. It's so funny. She also causes some problems, let's just say. She causes us some problems. Unfortunately. But it's okay. So her creations were out in this area. But I moved the timeline too far ahead, so now they're gone. Which is okay. This starts another side quest later. But I'm gonna try this out. I'm gonna try, and we'll see what happens. So we're gonna do the tournament with really low health. Very high chance that I just get my butt kicked by one of the enemies here, but we'll see what happens. So we're signing up for the tournament. He wants a very strong person to help him with his quest. The Duke. Cool. So we swap the order. It's going to be a one-on-one fight. And it's just a bracket tournament. So each group has 5 enemies. And they range from super easy to actually very difficult. Just hope that I don't fight dragons. That's all I ask. Don't give me dragons. Also, I would not like to fight the goblins, specifically because of the archer that they have. The archer will kick my butt. But again, it's okay. Whatever happens, happens. You can also see some pretty cool enemies this way. Because again, this bypasses your battle rank. Okay, so I am going to fight the dragons, which I hate. I'm probably going to lose. So just hope that I 2-hit the dragon, and I go first. Basically, I need Nora and Minstrel to hit the dragon, the 4th dragon. I don't have any faith in Sarah, but if Sarah pulls through, that would be good too. Because I think it has about 8,000 health, but it can do like 400 damage, so we'll see what happens. And of course, the 5th dragon is not hard. The 4th dragon is their anchor. Yes, it's a red dragon. It's very difficult. Boom, you're dead. That's fine. Come on, Ellen. Learn a new tech, please. Nope. Goodbye, Ellen. Would anyone like to attack the dragon? Anyone? Ooh, nice block. Now, her damage isn't high, because I'm using Nutcracker. Come on, go first. No! Okay. Come on, you can do it. Go first. Don't go second. I suspected this was going to happen. Okay. Well, that's how the cookie crumbles. I'll get more health and then I'll come back. I'm trying to think. Who can I dump to... Okay, I know what to do. We're going to the Vanguard. We're going to complete the quest line to get Herman. And then I'll kick out Ellen at that time. So we're going to make this lovely rock of a town move. Also, I could have gone to the blacksmiths to get the next item started. Didn't do that. That's okay. I will do it after this. Also, for the sake of this, I'm going to also collect the items. I wasn't thinking about it, but I'll go ahead and pick up the stuff. So, like, in this room, there's a chest. 600 arms, yay. So I'll also collect items so folks can see what can be obtained. This is also good to run, again, reminding myself, it's also good to run into enemies because I will be able to kick off inflating the enemy difficulty, which will help me in the future. And I also believe we need, it's something like 300 fights is how long it takes to get to the ruins area. It's a little crazy. Look, we got a horned cap. Woo. I'm not a helmet wearing person, so I usually don't wear the helms. I usually just sell them. There are 2 treasures in this area. The first door, just fall down the hole. Oh, I can't go in there yet. Also, I forgot to put back on Seismic Strike, but it's good because the boss fight is immune to ground attacks anyway. So if you go inside these doors, above us the door is locked, but there's a tile here, you just fall down that. Some of them have treasure, some of them do not. Most of them don't. So when you do this and go upstairs, you'll either find an empty room or not. The first door is one of the rooms that has treasure. So you can just look up here and go, oh, there's a treasure chest? Cool, I should fall down. Oh look, there's a very extensive area here. I wonder why. That's because the room we couldn't go in before is down here. There's a treasure up here. Oh look, a Fang amulet, woohoo! And then instead of actually opening the door, just run back to the other side. And there's the other treasure. Root of Life. A Root of Life can be turned into a Twig of Life, which is the single full heal. And then for the sake of showing off areas, I'm just going into each door just to show that there's no other treasure. Yay. And here's our next forced encounter. This is the first of what? I think it's 3. So the first time we come down here, we activate the Vanguard. Then we have to get the dolphin statue, bring it back. Then we have to talk to the Gembu sorcerers and then come back. And then we don't have to go inside of this area anymore. Bit of a lengthy journey, that's for sure. So does our control room look like the image shown? No, because there's no dolphin. Oops, darn it. Okay, I'm learning now. I can actually push circle to move the chat through, which will stop me from talking to people unnecessarily a number of times. Alright, good news. We're here, so I can dump Sarah. Bye, Sarah. We're gonna get a different character anyway. 2 different characters. 3 different characters. All the characters. Talk to this person, and then banter instead. So remember earlier we were in Yarmouth, and we learned about Robin. And I did 2 events. Well, the shop I go into kicks off the final Robin event. So cool, it was stolen by Black Sparrow. Yay. We'll be able to get Herman now. But in the meantime, this is like, hey, the Dofor group is awful. They're doing illegal stuff, which is in alignment with Fulbright's request to take out the Dofor group in the trading side quest. Unfortunately, this person's getting beat up by thugs and Robin is nowhere to be found. Just kidding. But does Robin look different? That's right, because in reality, this is actually Fat Robin, not Skinny Robin. Nonetheless, both Robins exist in this game, and honestly, stat-wise, Fat Robin is better than Skinny Robin, so if you're trying to pick one to put in your party, I recommend Fat Robin because Fat Robin is very fast. I actually was using Fat Robin for a while because I wanted to do some short sword stuff, but short swords are very weak in comparison to other arts, so I decided to leave Fat Robin alone. But I will still show getting the two. There's a little bit of luck involved, so hopefully I get them rather quickly. But yeah. Look, there's Fat Robin, about to be burned alive, and then bam! Skinny Robin comes to save the day. Yeah, why are there two Robins? And then we get into a fight with some monsters, and then you get to use both Robins in your party temporarily. Now, my party is full, so I couldn't do that, but you get the idea. That's the first fight, and then there's a second fight immediately after. And that's it. We are not able to get the Robins. So the warehouse we went to first, that is where the Robins are located. So if you just go inside, you'll get a chance at either Robin. So Skinny Robin shows up, you can just say no, and then come back in and wait for Fat Robin. I'm going to recruit him first just to see what he's all about. So here's Robin, 12 LP, 21 strength, 17 dex, 20 speed, 14 stamina, but has 50 in short sword and 50 in Soryu water magic? Or is that wind? I think that's wind magic. But yeah. So he's got maxed out stats as well, which is awesome. But he is slower than Fat Robin. Also, because he's a mage, if you need a wind mage, he's a good pick. So is Herman. If you don't want a wind mage, then go with Fat Robin because he's the same, just no magic. And again, he's faster. If you like fast characters, pick Fat Robin. He's cool. So now I'm gonna recruit, and remember, because they're both exist, they're not the same character. Fat Robin and Skinny Robin are not the same. So if you recruit them and you don't want the other, steal their stuff. Go away, Skinny Robin. Now this is a chance, so we'll see how many times it takes. No, Skinny Robin. I need Fat Robin. Thank you. There he is. So now we have Fat Robin. And then you can see Fat Robin, 15 strength, 17 dex, 22 speed. So he actually has 2 more speed than Skinny Robin, but no magic. And since I've used him before, he has 128 SP, but he only has 41 in Short Sword, so I'm not sure what the formula is doing there, but maybe it's like, if you don't use these characters, we're going to boost them. Maybe. So I'm just being punished for using my characters. Who knows? But anyway, he's got good starting health at least. Oh, he also has a Budogi. That's cool. Anyway. So those are the 2 Robins. We're going to get Herman now. So I'm going to go ahead and kick them out the party. Oh, right, I can't because if you didn't know, the pub people, Skinny Robin, his name is Lime. He's the lime shirt. Yay. And then the pub owner is actually Fat Robin. Secret identities revealed. If you are walking in towns, which I recommend you do, you should keep an eye out for a red sign. If you see a red sign, you should go to it because that is the carnival. And you would like to go to the carnival, let me tell you. So you see this red sign? We need to go to the carnival. Or circus, if you'd like to call it that. Show of Wonders. More like the show of slavery, let's be honest. So you pay 10 arms. We're going to watch the center show in the blue tent. So we're looking at a very cute something inside of a cage, but we can't see it. But it can speak, and it's crying out like, oh my gosh, please leave me alone. Stop it. Which is like very weird. So, yeah, it's been a long night. I think we should go to bed. You know, let's go to bed. Let's take a little nap. You know, it's exhausting. You know, we got into a fight. We haven't really gone to bed in a long time, so we're just gonna go to bed. Yeah. What's that? We're hearing that voice from the Show of Wonders. We should go and check it out. Oh my goodness, there's a thing in there. What is it? Who knows, but let's set her free. Oh, it's a fairy. We set a pink-haired fairy free. She didn't even thank us. Wow, how ungrateful. Just kidding, we're just, like, you know, doing the right thing. Cool, so a fairy has disappeared. Well, at least she's free now. Yay for us. We'll learn about her later. Now that all the shenanigans are done, we can go talk to Herman. So we learn from Herman that we need the dolphin to fight Fornius, and he's like, whoa, you're fighting Fornius? I'm gonna come with ya. And we're going inside this cave, which we don't have to go to. So now we have Herman in the party, and Herman will not leave the party. We need to take him through. So here's Herman. Again, I've been using Herman, so he does have 50 in Axe, which is great. He also has 33 in Wind Magic. So if you're thinking about magic users, pick. Herman's good in general, but he's old right now. He had his youth stolen by Fornius. So when you beat Fornius, he will transform into his younger self. His younger self's name is Black. Yay. Herman also starts with very good gear. So, you know, strip that gear. He has the lowest LP that's not, what's his name? Leonid, because Leonid is undead. Alright, so I have no bow user right now, which is fine. We'll mess around with that in a little bit. Alright. We are ready. So there's also some extra stuff to do here. Each of the people will offer to show you the treasure. They're all lying, of course. So the price they give you lets you know what's going on. So there's one for the price of 100, 120, 40, 60, 200. And so each of the treasure caves does actually have treasure in it. But it's not the treasure you're looking for. So I already did 120. Here's 160. I need 140 and 200. Also, this does cost money, so make sure you have enough. Last one is 140. Where is the last person? There's only 4 people. Where's the 5th one? Hello? Where's the 5th person? Uh-oh, they disappeared. Well, rip me. That's not fun. Okay, whatever. But anyway, there's a final treasure cave in between the 2 that you see here. And that's for 140. And then you just go inside of them and you can collect treasure. So if you need some extra stuff, cool, go for it. I won't show it, but it is there, I promise. You can also fight some cool enemies, so if you need to grind some stuff, definitely do that. In the meantime, we're going to Pidona, woo-woo, because we have to talk to the blacksmiths. So they made the partisan, yay. Now we're going to make any of these other items, so we can just make the bee sword, yay. They crafted the headband, which is awesome. And then we'll be able to make something else. We'll do protective suit, which is a weak version of the reinforced suit. And then yes, those items automatically get added to your inventory right there. So you can do what you want with it. Using my noggin now. Let's go get Paul. And by get Paul, I mean start his journey. So we have to go to Lance and talk to the person inside of the weapon and armor shop. This will kick off the bandits. If you need money, I think you can do his little bandit quest like 3 times. So you can get some good money. But do note that this game does have a hidden greed counter. I actually do not know what the greed counter does. I'm sure it affects something. But I don't accept a lot of money things anyway. So I don't run into that problem. But I'm sure it would stop you from doing something. I like that the minstrel's gaining SP. That will be very helpful in the future. Like when I do more runs. Or aren't we getting lucky with the SP growth? Alright, so now that we fought enough bandits, they're going to run away from me. And then I just need to get the info from them, so they'll tell me where the hideout is located. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. Now I can go kick your boss's butt. Oh no, another person ran into me. I guess I'll just fight them and get more SP on the minstrel. Woohoo! So now that we've done that, I can go inside of the bandit location. Oh, bandits. You're so evil. This is also a great place to do a little bit of grinding because you're always in formation. So it's very easy to take these enemies out. They also can drop skill salts, which I think heal your SP by 20. They also drop 2 different weapons. And that knee split art, you can learn a ward for that, so you can start to just dodge them outright. And then if you're not, if you're starting out for the first time, this is your first file, you can start to dodge those and don't have to worry about dying. I'm checking out the treasure for everyone. I believe it's all arms in this location, all money. The fact I dodged all of that, wild. They did not want to fight me. Here's Paul. Hi, Paul. Now I have to beat the bandit boss. And the good news is, I will definitely have 10 fights under my belt, so I can go back to Pidona and get more blacksmithing done. If you turn a blind eye, the hideout will disappear, and you will not have this area, air quote, completed. So you have to reject him 3 times to fight him, and then this area will be cleared out, which will be helpful for the future because it will be taken over by monsters, and that helps you get to a ruins area. Or you can just do 300 fights, and then the ruins will open up anyway. So now for Paul to become available, we would need to go ahead and defeat one of the Sinistrals, and then Paul is on the table. Alices is a good pick, of course, because Alices is the easiest. Now, who in my party would I kick out? Honestly, at that point, I would be, like, for this, because I want to test out Minstrel, and I want to use Ellen for learning stuff, I would actually kick out Nora from my party after doing that. Which is so crazy, because I would never have thought to do that, but here we are. Anyway, before we kick her out, of course, we're going to use her to defeat the boss. Also, I have to consider who I would replace with Rook, and that's where Ellen comes into play. Like, Ellen should be replaced by Rook as well. It's a tough juggling act there because Minstrel has multiple uses, but for what I'm doing right now, I'm not rushing through anything. I want to show a spark of an ability, so I'm going to try to do it with Ellen. Anyway, we're back. We have a protective suit, yay for us. We also have the beast sword, yay for us. Halberd, why not? Okay, so these 3 all require something else, so I can't make any of these items just yet. I believe I can get one of the items from the treasure caves, the fish scale. The meteorite shard, okay, no, I can get the meteorite shard. Let me think about this. Okay, I have an idea. I got it. So in Lance, because I want to fight Alices anyway, in Lance, I will go ahead and get the Matriarch Ring, which allows me to open up the door in the Archfiend Palace. And then I'm also going to open up the Phantom Maze. Also, because I've advanced some of the game, there are more options available, such as powerful spells and fusion spells and the Aurora. Aurora comes up later. Also, I forgot I have not done the second part of Muse's quest line yet. So I can't actually do Phantom Maze. So that defeated that purpose. Let me think, using my noggin here. Oh, I got it. Okay. We are going to open up Rook's questline. So many options. Oh, I got it. Okay, here we go. My noggin is moving. I'm thinking we're going. There is a blue dragon enemy. Blue dragon has a higher spark rate. So let's go do that. So here we do listen to Herman because he tells you the important information, but also you'll find the treasures along the way. So there's treasure up here. Yay. When you're thinking about learning new stuff, what will happen is a light bulb will appear over the character's head before something happens. So if the enemy uses the ability Snipe or Light Speed or Rapid Volley, Doppel Slasher or Doppelganger, something like that, next, when that ability pops up, your character might get a light bulb over their head, and then they'll spin, which is them dodging the attack. And that's where you glimmer a ward, is what they call it. So you've seen me equip wards on my characters because there are specific attacks I do not want to get hit by. Similarly, when you go to use an ability, before the ability is used, if you were to glimmer a new attack, instead of the attack name that you were using coming out, it would light bulb and then it would show a new skill. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and glimmer a throw technique on the blue dragon. Because Ellen has high martial and the blue dragon has a higher difficulty. So there's a chance for me to learn one of the 5 throws that I would like to see. Now, not a guarantee, but here we are. This was a trap. There's only 150 ARMs in this area. It's not really worth it. Shadow Weave is something you can ward as well. I have it learned, I just don't equip it because one-turn paralysis is not a big deal to me. There's a hidden room in this area. If you walk up into the wall, there'll be a divot. That's where a treasure's located. So we got a fairy stone, which is fine. That's not special. I think these frogs might be harder than normal, but I don't remember. Okay, they're not. Just standard enemies. Oh, a barrier stone is nice. A full party heal. Sometimes you need it. You might be in the middle of a dungeon and you're like, wow, I'm gonna die. Nope, just throw out a barrier stone. It's like you went and rested at the end. It's the cabin of, this game. And the fact that Herman is still gaining SP is wild to me because his SP is 157. Like, insanity. I love it. Okay, Viking Axe is good. So if you need an axe, this is a great place to get one. Herman, I think, comes equipped with a Viking Axe, so there's your win. But then later on, you will actually pick up some pretty good weapons. So the best weapon that I've been using for axe is the Bulova, which you get without any issue from blacksmithing. Additionally, the Arcfiend axe does show up in the game, which is the strongest axe, but it doubles your ability, your art cost, or 10. So you have to weigh those options. However, for me and my speedrunning, I have been equipping Herman, my axe user, with 2 of the Arcfiend items anyway, so adding the third wouldn't be a problem. However, getting the axe is kind of lengthy. Alright, it's time. We're going to do a quick series of tests, because we are going to fight the blue dragon. So you can farm this. It's actually farmable. You just got to keep running in and out of the room. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually put Ellen in front. Because I believe Ellen does not know the counterattack. Okay, she does. So counter has been mastered, so never mind. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. We got this. Alright, let's see what happens. So what we're looking for again is we're looking for, as soon as this goes off, it says dragon. We're looking for a light bulb, and then she'll do an attack. If she just yells out tumble, that's fine. But I'm hoping to see a glimmer here. If it doesn't work, that's okay. And just come back, and then there it is. Yikes. Also, the enemy's kind of strong. So keep that in mind. What a jerk. Good thing we have the super boss character, Minstrel. Good grief. Minstrel's like insanely strong. I feel like Minstrel's gonna be a hard carry in my speedruns because he's maxed. That's such a good find. I'm glad I did this kind of play around. Unfortunately, both of my low HP characters keep dying to this stupid dragon. How's our health looking? It's fine. I'm here to grind health, but I'm always paying attention to it because I am so far off from surviving this attack, which sucks. Wow, quad 9s. Impressive. Also, if you do need arms, this enemy drops a decent number. 150 is good considering the amount that you can hold. But it's not like instant cash. Alright, we're giving up. We're gonna move on. Let me do a quick scan here. So here he's warning us, don't open the top treasure chest because it's trapped, but you can open the other ones. A trap chest just means there's nothing in it. It creates monsters instead. Okay, quick moment. I'm just double checking this text here. So we're doing a little run through. We've got kick, eye gouge, way of focus, counter, tumble, giant swing, thunder kick, and then there's one called pressure point that I don't have. There's also Niagara Buster, which I have. I also have Reverse Slam. Then there's one called Evil Crush, which sounds crazy strong. And then there's Spatial Persona, Meteor Kick, Punishing Palm, Tiger Break, Shenlong Fire Fist. I'm like, whoa, these are cool. However, learning them is quite difficult because of how much they, like how high their spark is. So just got to keep that in mind. Okay. Well, I do want to spark one of them just to show like the sparking. Unfortunately, I have all the pretty high-end skills to learn. I don't have any like easy ones. I do have a bow art to learn, but Paul can't learn it, so it's a little bit of a dilemma. The idea here for sparking is to get to the ruins because there's an Asura there, or you can get through the Phantom Maze after killing the 4 Sinistrals. There are other enemies as well, like I think it's called the Poison Gigant inside of Leonid's castle. They're pretty good for sparking as well. And then there's there is a bug enemy inside the early stages of the Phantom Maze that you can fight as well. But like the literal best is Asura. That's the one I want to aim for. but I don't want to get all that way because I'd rather get the stats on characters I'm going to use. So, small dilemma. Good news, we have the dolphin statue now. So we can get the Gimbu process started. So, again, what's a good way to find these monsters? I'm wondering. Let's see. Let me try to do the tournament one more time. Actually, let's do a couple quick tests here. So in Stanley, the West House, talk to the woman, and what she says dictates what's going on. So fiends in the area were once content to stay, but now they've had their eyes on the town. That just means they're around but not available yet. And then it'll progressively get different. So she can say they've taken up, home in the ruins, or they can say they've taken over the bandit hideout, and that'll let you know where you can go. So she's your check of what's going on. We fought, I hope, enough enemies for the blacksmiths, but I need a fish scale, so I can only do the weapon stuff for now. I do need other stuff too, like the Death Shard, the Meteorite Shard. I'll get those. The easiest one to get is fish. So there's Mortus. It's already available. Mortus requires a Death Shard, and that is the bow that I always use. So here you can see they're like, hey, you need this item in order to make this. But I already have the Crescent Blade. That's one of the items I kept. And then here's a shop person now. So all the stuff that we've made is just sitting here. So for me, I can sell some of the extra stuff. If you need monies, great process. They have a shop for you. Cool. So next on the menu, we are now going to fight in the tournament. We're, again, hoping we don't fight dragons. That's pretty much the only thing that stops me. Or if I go first. Because if I go first, then that dragon's not a problem. We do have more health now, so there's a chance for, ward not to be one hit. I also didn't check where the dragons were, but it's okay. I'm going to put ward first. Actually, I'm going to put Ellen first, see if I can spark off of something. Oops, I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Her punch is strong. I meant to tumble. The only downside with using clubs and using martial is some enemies are resistant to that type of attack. so you can start doing 0 on things like jellies. And some things can't be thrown, which is what you're doing. If they're immune to throw, then you can't do things like tumble or reverse slam. This is a fun fight. So these are the swag guys. And interestingly enough, when you get through the 5th person, they actually have a proxy 6th character. So like how we can have 6, they also have 6. It's actually pretty cool. They also have really funny names. Very creative. It's like this person's name right here. Vigilant. I think one of them is like Alley Cat. They have some creative ones. Yeah, Alley Cat. There's their trump card. Proxy. Uh-oh, it's Mad Bull. Watch out. Good thing Tumble can stun. So I always hope that they're the last to fight because they're very easy to beat. The other ones that we get into, they're pretty tough. As you saw, the dragon killed me. This one is like all ladies. It's not bad. They can be kind of mean though. Also, here's why we have net as a ward, so you can avoid any type of net attack. I do want to learn the ward for gaze, because some of the gazes are insane. I might die. Yeah, this one is really mean. Okay, Medusa's gaze will petrify. If she gets petrify off, that character's out. Also, Tremor is super strong. Medusa is one of the higher tier monsters. We are fighting the dragons, of course. Because, why not? You know? Of course we're fighting dragons. Sometimes the dragons get beat by the goblins. When that happens, we rejoice. We celebrate those. But you can see, like, even the weaker dragons, they're still pretty strong. So that's why it's about really pushing through. The fourth one being the hardest, of course. She's down. Yep, see? It's tough. That's why we get more health. But here we are, we're just trying. We're just seeing if it'll work. If Minstrel goes first, this is over. Or if I block, which doesn't happen ever. Also, here's why we love Ward, because Ward is a tank. Wow, I just got saved by that attack. Self-immolation doesn't do anything unless I touch it, but Doppelganger is not a touch attack, so that was a win. And then this enemy's not tough. It's actually much weaker. So, goodbye. I actually won. Wow. Cool, we're the tournament champs. So now that we've won, we get a couple rewards. The first is 10,000 ARMs in case you're broke. Here you go. Second one is a medal. It actually cuts your charisma in half, which makes it easier for you to get status effects. So don't equip it. And then lastly, he's like, hey, Leonid has the Holy Grail, which is a matriarch item. I want you to get it. And we're like, yeah, let's go do that. Woohoo. Here's the thing. Leonid's castle is not a joke. Leonid's castle is very difficult. Very difficult. I'm going into Leonid's castle to see if I can spark something. I can also do a little bit of health grind here, so kind of serves two purposes. But we're going to see. So we're going to make Leonid a little bit mad because, you know, we're trying to steal his treasure. But he's actually much nicer, I promise. He's not actually mad. He just gives us a warning. So he's like, hey, if you want it, come get it. It's in the bottom of my castle. By the way, it's dangerous. You're like, okay, we got this. You don't, but you can try. The reason why I switched to Mirage Blade is specifically for that fight. I'm pretty sure I can get to Leonid because my damage is so high. But I'm here for one purpose only. So in the second area, so this would be the first area. In the true first area, but what we're calling the second, there are two enemies that just chill in the same spot. They are forced encounters. They have a much higher enemy level than everything else. So it's a good place to work on sparking, and this is also where the poison gigant comes from. This first one is not the stationary enemy. This one actually moves. They're also pretty easy. Well, when you have high damage and items like I do. After that, this enemy down here, this is stationary. So this is where we switch it up. Where I'm putting Ellen in front because I want her to actually try to spark. And then I'll let Ward kill. No, I'll leave it. So let's see what happens. We'll do one fight, and then I'll do a quick break. A quick 2-3 minute break. And then it's like this enemy. Not hard. The difficulty on it, not very high at all. It's higher than others, but it's not 33. I think this one's 16. So I need to get the enemy level higher so it's easier for Ellen to spark. So if I keep fighting these, they'll get stronger, I promise. So here's like a good chance, because they use a very weak gaze that just paralyzes. That would be awesome if I could just, I don't know, ward. But they're not strong enemies, so the likelihood is lower. Here we go. What are we fighting? Okay, we're fighting 2, so we'll just take them out. And then all you have to do, leave the area, come back in, you're good to go. Oh yeah, there's a treasure here. Ring of Fending is good defense. It has no other effects. It's just 8 defense and magic defense, which is very helpful. This is a forced encounter. Very strong enemies, so I'm going to try to learn from them. These don't come back, because these are the blocking enemies. These are like your mini-bosses, so they get stronger, but they're only there while you're in the area. Once you kill them, they don't come back. Go out, come back in, fight these Gigants just because. And before we keep this going, I will do a really quick break. So, be back in 2 minutes. Hello, lovely people. I have returned. Let's see if we can spark. If this doesn't work, it's fine. But I'm hoping it works. That's the main thing. There are other options, of course. But I would like to just learn a quick little ability here and then keep it pushing. But this is part of the journey, so you'll see the enemies get stronger. And you kind of don't know, but like the dancer's actually pretty like scary-ish. The lurkers are fine. The bat things in the back, those are pretty weak. Cool. But then later on, it'll be like a grayish, purplish bat. And then you're like, oh, okay. They'll do more damage. They'll be meaner. Faster, stronger. Haha. I also can't believe that my enemy level is this low. Because the last time I came here, I was immediately fighting the like third version of this monster, so I'm actually surprised. But maybe I could just flee a few times to see if they're in the shuffle. They're just like rarer for now, but I don't know. I know for sure that this enemy is going to be there. It's going to be a gigant. We love that. When Thomas hits 250 HP, I am okay with just leaving at that point because I can do the dream sequence and find harder enemies more quickly through that. Assuming I can actually get into it because I haven't defeated any of the Sinistrals yet. We'll see. Alright, team. Give me stronger enemies now, please. I might switch to Seismic Strike just because none of these enemies are flying. And there's also a good note about, like, these enemies are difficult. Because, you know, Ellen just got one hit. Okay, we'll do a couple tests here. Wow, okay. I'm shocked, honestly. I thought it would be the Gigant variants, but okay. Well, I did get a Gothic Axe from them, which is good, but I don't need it personally. I guess the question would be, because I haven't studied this either, how many of a certain enemy do you fight before they become a higher difficulty. Right, 10, 15, 20. What I could also do is when I push the health higher, I could also fight a Dragon Lord, and that's a good way of sparking as well. There's a lot of options for sparking. I'm just hoping to reap some benefits earlier, that way I can move on to future goals. This is also if you're on the hunt for certain techs, this can be the journey. Like, it can take a couple battles fighting the really hard stuff to get the actual glimmer to show up. This is a good one. We have a different monster now. It's also slightly different in color than what we saw before. So we know that it's working. So that's a good visual right there. I'm not finding that same axe wielding dude anymore. It should be giving me different monsters now. Hopefully. Maybe it was a fluke. It was a fluke. Let me flee and try again. There we go. So there's the Putrid Gigant. It's not the final one, but it's a step in the right direction. Also, I'm so happy that Minstrel is gaining SP. Like, that really helps a lot. Oh yeah, there's one more enemy here. Haha. Okay, so these enemies, Putrid Gigant, cool, great. We're gonna fight 3 regardless. We're trying to get above that with the other enemies. The stationary ones. I am really shocked by this. I would have thought by now they would have gotten harder. Maybe it's about my health. I don't know. No, because when I did the grind, no. All my thoughts are going out the window. No, because I did my speed runs and my health still gave me lower enemies because I wasn't fighting. So throw that myth out the window. They're just making me second guess myself. We've hit the health threshold, so after this set of kills, I will dip on out. Nice block. Well, at least sometimes it gives me a different monster. It's either this or a Demu. Okay. Alright, that was a good level up. Alright, here we go. Last one. Okay. I did it, Mom. The good news, at least, is I don't have to worry about Minstrel's health or anything, because, you know, I've done grinding. But I am sad, because I don't know if I can show off sparking. Maybe? So many thoughts. So up next, we are going to... Let me think about this. I know where I'm going to go, but I'm thinking. We'll see what our Stanley ladies say us. Nope. That's not it. So still no progress on that front. Not a problem. We're gonna jump inside of the dream world. I'm also gonna test to see if I have to keep my main character. Can I go in with somebody that's not my main character? So once you have 250 health with your main character, when you go back to Muse, you find out that she took a serum to go into the dream world, but now she's trapped with the dream monster. So now Charles going to go in, and you can go in with Charles. So I'm going to take the bottom 4 characters. We'll see if it lets me. We're going to do Minstrel, Lord, Armin, Ellen. Oh wow, cool. So it did work, yay. Oh, look at that. So you have to take... I'm going to just close this. You have to take your main character, otherwise you won't be able to get the gloves. Good to know. Good to know. Good thing I've never done that before. I really haven't. So that was a good test. So now we're going to pick Thomas so we can actually go inside. Wow, who knew? Love a good test. So Thomas, Minstrel, Ward, Harmon. And it makes sense because Thomas would have drank it otherwise to fall asleep. He didn't fall asleep. That makes sense. So now we're in the dream world. This is pretty straightforward. At least this is what I figured out works for me. So I have a good idea of what to do. Okay. So go in this up door 3 times to get all the treasure. And don't talk to any of the ladies because they are monsters. So the Taper's Teardrop and the Dream Gem only show up in this area. There's a third item that will stay with you when you leave, and that is the glove, and that is a matriarch relic. And that's the glove that powers up Charles, but also allows any other character to use 2 weapons in 1 attack. So you'll do the basic attack followed by an art, and Herman will show you that soon. After that, because we have all 3, we're going to go in this rightmost double flame door. There's 6 ladies at the table. The top right one disappears, and then I just fight them starting top to bottom. And then after that, we leave, go back in, top right, leave, go into the next room, top right, leave, go to the left, and then we'll be at Muse and then the boss. I believe there aren't people at the table at first, like when you first play. So you would have to fight, I believe, 6 of the tapers outside, and then the table will populate. But I actually don't remember because that was like 100 plus hours ago, which is like 3 months, 3 or 4 months. Good stack growths though. Very nice. So they're all down. We leave the room, go back in. Top right. Leave the room. You're in a new area. Go in the door. Top right. Leave the area. And then go left. That's what I found. That's how I found out it works for me. So I've been doing it ever since. It's only 5 fights, so it's not the end of the world. Now, if there's a faster way, I should probably test that. But here we go. Come on, Dream Eater. Take us to Haunter. Let's go. So here's Muse. As a note, she is all zeros when she starts. No magic. In my first playthrough, I used Muse. and I taught her Shadow Servant, and then I used her to help me beat the game. But personally, I don't recommend Muse because she has some of the lowest stamina in the game at 10. Her health growth is awful, and she has the second lowest SP. Harmon's changes when he becomes black, so she really is the lowest LP character. So yeah, good for that. But she is I believe she's the only character that will commander mode Moon Magic just automatically. So there is a benefit there if you're trying to do spellcasters. However, again, health very low, so sorry guys. Welcome to my dream world of wonders, and now you die. Oh no, I almost one-hit him. So scripting-wise, he has a number of health. The first time he speaks, if Muse hits him, she will take him out. One hit, no problem. But my team is super strong, so he just dies instead. And the good news here is you don't have Charles or Muse in your party, you get your other two back. So you can just move on with your life. But here's where we learn about someone who wears a coral earring, and his name is Maximus. And we learn, we have someone who's aware of this, and that is Herman. So Herman in your party, you can now do the matriarch item side quest, which I will do after. So now that I've done the Dream World sequence, I can learn about the Phantom Maze. And I'm just curious if I can find a high level enemy through that. I believe there's one in the first area, but I'm not sure if I can open the maze just yet. We're learning today. Not that I do the Phantom Maze in a speedrun, but it's just nice to know. Serum and held, but there are enemies that hate people so much that they've manifested into the Phantom Maze. They can't come to our world. They don't have a physical body, but their hatred is so strong that they exist there, and they stop our wishes from being granted. So we can help the wish come true by visiting the wish of a person. And I believe there are 4 wishes, but the third and the fourth wish are not available until you beat all of the Sinistrals for the first time. I believe the first and the second wish are available immediately. If that's the case, I should be able to find this enemy that I'm looking for. Now, we do have to fight a boss. The boss is not nice. It's actually mean. I'm going to set this up. So I'm going to try to one-hit this boss, basically. That's my strategy most of the time. Just power overwhelming. There's a chance that I could spark off of the Sphinx, so that would be good. That's why Ellen's in front still. Worst case scenario, I'll just find the other enemy. So here's the Sphinx. Yay. Okay, I didn't spark. That's fine. Damn. Cool. So here we are, we're in the dream world. So as we run through the area, it's going to start to talk to us. And as it talks, it lets us know we're heading in the right direction. So one thing to note is these enemies are not aggressive, so they're not going to chase you down, but each of the spawns is set. So this particular enemy is going to have this formation every time. The other one's going to have a different formation of different enemies. So you will run into harder enemies just because it's any formation that they've had set up here. This is how you can spark some things, techniques, arts, whatever, because you just need to find the higher tiered and fight them. It's actually wonderful. It's very great. So my goal is to find the bugs. I'm just going to run into a few and see if I can find it. This is not it. You'll know because it's like 3 flying I guess they're mantises. Sure, we'll say that. It's like 3 flying mantises. They're very hard. I don't think they're in this area, but that's why we're testing, because I don't know. So there's our first door. No luck on the bug fight, which is okay. I think it's in the 3rd area, honestly. Well, here are some bugs. Not the bugs I want. And so if you're interested in the story, you can read through what's happening in the wish, like what happened to the people, and then that'll give you some insight into the actual wish itself, the scene. It'll take you into it. So you can learn a little bit more about our lovely characters. Well, that was mean. Ooh, these are not high tier, but these are harder enemies for sure. Not what I'm looking for. Also get rid of that gold medal. Here we go. This is the third area. So I believe it's here where the bugs are. I think, if I'm recalling my past correctly. Yes, there they are. So the Aleph in the back, that's the one that I think I can spark off of. Hopefully. But this is a high tier enemy fight. Unfortunately, I'm using very strong attacks, so I feel like I'm going to just blow it apart. Hopefully not. Okay, so it has a shield that will block all damage. Good to know. Here we go. Come on, Ellen. Darn it. And again, it's always a chance, so it's not like you're going to guarantee get it. But we did get the Knight Shield from that fight. That's good. So what you can do at that point is just go in and out of the area. And that's how you can farm these stronger monsters. Because it's just right here. It's at the entrance. Or the exit. There it is. Meteor Kick. So you saw the little light bulb? That's what happens. And that attack is very strong. So now the trick is I would like to master Meteor Kick. So there's Glimmer and then there's Master. They're not the same. What you have to do now is you have to use the ability every fight, and then there's a chance that you'll master it. This is also dependent upon the strength of the enemy and your ability, but I can also master it right now. I did not. So all I have to do is go in here and get rid of Tumble, and then she's just going to keep using Meteor Kick. And that's what we do. We just get this thing learned. And then I'm going to kick Ellen out of my party. I'm going to kick her to the curb. The reason why is I don't want her in my final party, even though the Meteor Kick is very strong. Because I'm going to actually put Rook into the party. Oh, no, I should do Paul first. I don't know. It's a constant struggle. Come on, Ellen. That damage is very good. Don't underestimate Marshall. Marshall is the strongest stuff. But as you can see, Minstrel is like insane at level 50 with Sword. So it's you're not losing out if you use something else. But I've always wanted to use a Marshall character, I just didn't get into it. Does Ellen have a master ring on? She does, okay. They all do. Wow. I'm just thinking, hello, Gunner. I can't believe she actually just missed that. That big old bug, she's supposed to pick it up and kick the crap out of it. Instead, she missed? Okay. I am good, thank you. I am beating Romancing SaGa 3 right now. I'm actually showing off all the different characters and what they can do, but I will be completely done with this game hopefully very soon, like tomorrow. And then when I'm done, I'll move on to a completely different game. I'm not sure what yet. Okay. Stop missing. Please. Come on, Alan, I have faith in you. Or not. You know what we're going to do? We're going to beat the boss. I have this all planned out. So I'm going to beat the boss, and then I'm going to try to master off of the Sinistral. That's what I'm going to do. Because I don't want to keep grinding the same spot. That is not cool. All right, here we go. So we learned that someone is talking about Princess Fatima. That is Khaled. So here we can see Khaled is just standing there. So it's Khaled's wish that we're trying to fulfill. So when we talk to Khaled, then whatever's manifesting that's causing his wish not to come true, we're going to destroy it. So we're going to learn that Khaled's Fatima, he tried to protect her, and previously that did not work. So he's wishing that he could save her. So he's going to save her now, but we're going to intervene and help save the day because we're awesome like that. But there's a monster manifesting negative energy that's going to also then try to stop us from fulfilling the wish. Fun times. There it is. Wallowing your sorrows forever. So here's our boss. It's Pale Nymph. I hope I pick it up and kick it in the face. Bam. Good job, Ellen. I'm proud of you. Still haven't mastered Meteor Kick, but it's okay. So now, different than reality, the wish was for Fatima to be safe. She was safe. We fulfilled the wish, yay. And then we're blessed with an item. So in this case, we get the princess's necklace. So if you play this, the Fandom Maze is very good because the items you get are quite powerful. In fact, the stuff I equip on my team, the Master Ring, the Expert Ring, they come from this place. The Expert Ring having the cost of techniques. That's a very strong item because the Expert Ring also gives +5 strength. So your stats are getting a huge boost from that. The Princess Ring is more for your spellcasters. Princess Ring +5 willpower. So it's quite nice, but if you're not using magic characters, then, it's just a nice reward. What I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to do a tiny bit of maneuvering. So normally, when I'm speedrunning this, I will just bum rush right to the boss and call it a day. But since I'm also showing off what to obtain in all the dungeons, I will defeat the boss, learn Meteor Kick, go get Paul, and then come back and show the area off. Thankfully, we do have a teleport, so we'll just teleport down to the area, fight the boss, leave, and then we'll just go right back in. I can walk. There we go. Still fighting very weak monsters, though. Hoping that the difficulty goes up someday. So, going back in time, when I first started this, I went down into the Arcfiend Palace. Alices, the Sinistral of this area, said the ring, because, you know, Lord of the Rings. But now that I have the ring, I'll just be able to go inside, and this broken down, you know, ruin of a location is secretly hiding an entire fortress of evil. So there's a lot to explore in this area. You can also get a death shard here, which I will get. But since I'm just taking on the boss, it's just jump into this crystal, and then the boss is right above me. Ooh, jukin'. Okay, so, alright, fingers crossed. I'm just gonna do a save here. If I'm successful, we can rejoice. If I'm not successful, then I'll just reset. This is this is a more in-game boss type stuff. So the likelihood of me mastering Meteor Kick should be pretty high. Also, Alices could just kill me outright. I also forgot to switch out Mirage Blade for Double Slasher, but it's okay. We'll see what happens. Blackjack is mean because it can put someone to sleep. Not the end of the world, but a little annoying. Alright, here we go. Ellen, you're not supposed to miss. Poor Herman. Okay, I did not learn it. I'm just going to close this. Did not learn it. Unfortunate. Or master. I did not master it. I don't know why that's happening. I feel like that should be a pretty quick learn. But also, one thing is not all characters are quick to master things either. So even though Ellen is strong on martial, she might not master it easily, which is something we have to consider. I'll do 3 more. 3 more. Worst case scenario, I remove someone from my party, and then I bring them back. Because, you know, they're not dead. I could always remove whatever. I could just remove Nora now, honestly. And then keep Ellen until she masters Meteor King. It's very strong, so I'm a big fan of it. Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure I should keep Minstrel in. I just don't know which role he'll take, because he just did quad 9s with Doppelslasher without any defense down, which is insane. Yeah, I mean, look at the damage. Look at it. Look at the damage. 9k with Minstrel, 8k with Ward, like, woo! Okay. We'll try again. We'll try again. 2 more times. Craziness. The fact that, what, did we 3-hit this boss? Is that what we just did? 5k, 9k, 8k? It has like 22,000, so yeah, that's right. Like, that's insane. I love that. I might have to put Ellen in my party. Like, is that what I need to do? Would my speedrun be get Ward, Nora, Ellen, and Minstrel? And then get, who would I put in that last slot? I don't know. Not Herman, because he'll get kicked out. Let me think about that. Well, what I could do is it's Ellen, Minstrel, Ward, and Nora. Minstrel takes the role of bow user because he has the more choose, you know? So, okay, we'll do it one more time. Because Minstrel has maxed everything. Doppelslasher, multi-shot, they should work the same. So on this one, I'm actually going to switch weapons to see if the damage is the same. Again, another test. For if it is as strong, then why not? Now, he does have slightly more strength than dexterity, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Because I don't know if I want to do all this work just to get Paul, when that side quest takes time. If I can just supplement, then I'll definitely be able to beat the game probably under 3 hours, if I'm being honest. Okay, last one. If I don't master it here, I'll be fine. Nice block. Okay, so the bow is not as strong. Good test. So I don't want Minstrel to be a bow user. But do I want a bow user in general, so I can just put Minstrel on bow for grinding purposes, and then switch back. Because I honestly think I can do the 4 that I see that I have here. Not Herman. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I'll start routing this in the future. I'll start routing this. So I'm thinking, take out Paul's entire side quest line. Take out the entire Herman conversation stuff. Herman transforming, Herman talking to me, Herman walking me through areas. So I can just talk to one person that says, hey, 100 ARMs for the treasure cave. Do the cave myself because I know how to get there. Okay, fine. Then, Herman's off the table. Herman's not my party. Cool. Ward is a side quest, but I don't have to use Ward. I could just go and get Rook. Then Rook would supplement Ward. They're the same role, basically. Ward is a little bit stronger than Rook, because I think Rook has like 19 strength, But I mean, we're splitting hairs here. Like, final fight, you're not going to do like a 1200 more damage. It's going to be like 800 maybe. But I also don't know because I've never tested it. So I'm just thinking, rolling through it. Nora's good permanence, just period. She's good permanently because of Nutcracker. Woo. Okay. Anyway, I'll deal with that part later. What I do know is I am going to kick Nora out of the party. And get Paul. Very sad moment. Everyone cry. Because really all I have to do is switch Herman from Axe to Club. But also I might not even need the Club. Who knows? We'll find out. So the reason for doing this to Nora is Nora will become a blacksmith now. So it opens up more options for me. Which is how you get closer to the high tier blacksmith armor items. Because you'll have... Oh crap. Well, now Tatiana's back in my party. But that's okay. I can kick her out. So we go here. And now, instead of Nora staying with us, we dismiss her and go, yo, get out. Go make me some armor. So, a little bit of a inefficiency here. You want to make sure you have that 5th slot open so you can talk to Nora for the opportunity to add to your party. However, if your slots are full, she'll just say hi. So here, instead of add to party, you can do craft new weapon, craft new armor. So now, once you pick that, she's not coming back in your party anymore. So make sure you really want to do that before you say something. And now you can see there's more options available. So we can skip some of the requirements and pick up stuff that doesn't have any prerequisites. Which is good because some of this stuff, honestly, I've never seen some of it. Like one of the things is like Hydra leather, which comes from the Hydra enemy. And another one is like a Avi's wing, which comes from a griffin. I've never farmed that specifically, so I don't know what to expect from it. But anyway, it's time to get our next character so you can see what they're all about. And that character is Paul. Welcome to the party, Paul. So, now, if we're doing a direct comparison here, so Paul is, I've always used him in my party, as you can see, by the 161 SP and the level 42 bow. But comparatively to Minstrel, so it's 18 strength, 19 dex, 17 speed, 18, 19, 17. So Minstrel's just 1 dex lower than Paul. 3 stamina lower as well. So Paul has an easier time getting HP than Minstrel, but Minstrel's in your party from the beginning. Also, Minstrel, 1 less dex, but has max bow. I wonder if I skip using Paul enough to... No. So I'm thinking about the time save here. I think Minstrel should replace Paul in my brain's logic. That's what I'm going to do. So in the future, I'm not going to use Paul anymore, which is fine. That's a good improvement, I think. Still need to master Meteor Kick. But I'm going to move the story along for the... Wait, what am I doing? Oh, yes, I know what I'm doing now. We're going to do a little test. I need to go to Lance to see if the Aurora Borealis is available. Might be available. I defeated my first Sinistral. Okay, that's gross. Wow, lame. Okay, so in the meantime, let's unlock another piece of the game. So this is Ache. Yay, welcome to Ache. There is also a jungle. The jungle has fairies. You learn that from the people in town. So now the next thing to do is we should go interact with the fairies. Yay, fairies. We hear the fairies are very playful. So now we just need to get to their location. So this is kind of a maze in a way, where wherever you go, you might get lost. You're essentially looking for this area, but you need to enter from the lower ground. Once you do that, you can get to the fairies. There we go. So we're low ground to Fairyland, or Fairyville. And then as we move up, we'll slowly get to a tree with vines, and we'll climb it and get to Fairyland. Is that a full block or a partial block? Partial block. Okay, cool. The interesting factoid here is you can find the next Sinistral, which is, well, this is not the next one, but one of the Sinistrals is Aunus, which is in the Fire Fortress. You can find the Fire Fortress just by running through the jungle, but if you have freed the fairy and you visit her in Fairyville, she will tell you that one of the butterflies will lead you to the temple. But fairies are naturally mischievous, so they are all lying to you. However, this fairy will not, because you helped her. So one thing to keep in mind is you're going to travel along these petals. Petals that are closed you must run over, or you'll slip and fall. And then petals that are open you need to walk, which is hold down circle, or press circle if you're dashing. And that will help you move along. Don't talk to the fairies, they're all lying to you. And then there are 5 chests in this area. The chests all have what's called a Fairy's Harp, which just heals some of your SP and MP. I'm not going to pick them up because I don't need them. But if you want the extra healing for your SP or MP, go ahead and take them. We're just climbing higher into the Fairyville so we can meet up with Peony. So she wasn't very nice when we rescued her, but she's going to be nice now. Blue Butterfly will get us to the Fire Fortress, and it's randomized every time. So every time you do this game and load it, the fairy that you use to get to the fortress is different. So now when we run through the jungle, we're going to aim to find the blue butterfly. So the blue butterfly's here, going to follow it, and we'll see what happens. So even if it leads you astray, it's fine. Just keep finding the blue butterfly. Eventually it'll work, I promise. See? There you go. So we're here. We've reached the fortress. I use the fortress to grind in my speedrun. I'm not going to. I just wanted to find the fortress since I was already here. Now we're going to head into the desert to unlock Arklord Tower. So when you get to Nosh Desert, just head left 3 times. By doing so, you will get Arklord Tower, which is what we'll need to complete the Matriarch Spear side quest anyway. So it's good to have it unlocked. And then we also need Nosh Desert so we can actually get to the end of the game. But I usually do it early so I can get the in-game stuff, which would be Rook, the character, as well as the Rotten Sea. So I talk to that person so she tells me how to get to the deeper part of the desert, and then I can move on. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think that's pretty good, like a run through of this game. I think I've done a lot of talking about what you can unlock, and I even sparked an ability, I just haven't mastered it yet. So what I'll do is, next time I stream and I'm walking through this file, I will try to master Meteor. Let's see what happens. Is this area unlocked now? No. Cool. Alright. So, as a final hurrah, what's my final hurrah for today? Hold. Okay, I'm going to try to master Meteor Kick through the Phantom Maze. So I'll do that for the next 6-ish minutes. Oh wait, did I go too far? I think I went... Whoa. Uh-oh. Where's that bug? Whoops. That's a good fight. Click mid-tier. I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go. Cool, here we go. So apparently, is one of these called LF? Yes, so LF is the one that has the high spark. Or the high enemy level. Which means just its existence alone should be enough to help me. Hopefully. Wow, I actually got the reinforced armor. That's needed for one of the, I think for one of the crafting. Wow. Okay, awesome. That's not what I'm trying to do. Not the full block doppel slasher. Jeez. That's okay, I blocked your attack, you jerk. This is very rude. Also, we have to watch Herman's LP because Herman only has 4. I guess I should move Herman out of the middle because if I get hit with a group attack, he's most likely to take damage. Not very glamorous, Miss Ellen. This is my chance. Come on, Ellen. Body slam. Okay, cool. Yes, there we go. So there's the process of mastering as well. Just gotta use it until it happens. And now I can retire Ellen from my party. Who will I replace her with? Oh, I know. I know. But I think it's a better idea for me to actually get myself through the desert to get Rook. No, because I don't want to get Rook and then kick him out. This is the dilemma of recruiting all the characters. You're gonna have to let people go. But I want Rook at the end because I would like to check out like what would my speedrun in-game party look like. And Rook is guaranteed because you have to head into the desert anyway. So I should just naturally find him. Cool, love that for me. Yeah. I got some thinking to do. I'll do some planning when this is done. But I'm going to exit this area and call it a day. So thank you all so very much for watching, listening, participating, what have you. You can follow me on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, or interact with me on Twitter. Links are available wherever they are. Enjoy your weekend, and I will be back on Sunday. Goodbye.